Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
Is a storm coming soon? Will there be...
Well, did you solve the mystery?
It was as you thought. The children had the scale. They dismantled them to see how they...
Oh, no, Mid will have my head.
Thankfully she won't. This might... Although I was the one who ended up teaching...
I'm so sorry, Sid. I know how... I shall see that the children are...
Please, there's no need. Mid seems to have taken the three of them under her wing. She's even calling them her heirs. She'd have them follow in her footsteps.
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been spending so much time...
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events...
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition, room and board, they asked her to oversee the design of several... To anyone else it would be an opportunity. But to Mid, who lost both her parents to war. But that should come as no surprise. She's only ever cared about bringing people hope.
Which explains her heir. She's working to give them a better life. And...
Ah, you've given them far more than that.
Good morrow to you, my friend. I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before. You wish to study the tomes?
It's like a dream. The four of us out walking like we used to.
Enjoying this, are you? Gav and the others could be in danger as we speak.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yote is a fine scout. If Canville was attacked, she will already have begun gathering information.
Tabor isn't far. We should pick up the pace.
The bandits may be no more, but look what they've left us.
It shouldn't be too hard to find goods.
The gentlemen of the town guard is
Could be I know something more.
Clive, listen! I found someone who says he's heard the rumours about Nan.
Have you?
Go on. Tell him what you told me.
All right. It's like I said. A wizened old crone by the name of Karen's been selling steel to whoever'll pay her price, be they knight or knave. Says the more swords and spears she puts in people's hands, the more war they'll wage. And the more war being waged, the more call for swords and spears. And who will they all turn to keep them in steel? Why, the good Reaper herself.
And you've seen this Reaper at work?
Aye, it just so happens I have. You'll find her right here plying her trade most days.
Here in Dalamil. Where exactly?
She has a stall here in the market, but if you're not the patient type, you can probably find her at her storehouse on the edge of town. But it'd be a bolder man than me that braved that particular nest of vipers. Feeling bold, traveler? I hope so, for your sake. Now, if that's all, I have places to be.
Sorry to have kept you.
You don't think Nan's the Reaper, do you?
Not unless she's discovered the secret of how to be in two places at once.
Eh? What do you mean?
Lady Karen hasn't left the hideaway in weeks. So who has been running this stall he spoke of?
Good question. I'll go and have a look.
And I'll visit this storehouse on the edge of town.
All right, but be careful, Clive.
You too, Goots.
You fought very bravely.
Time to brave the Viper's Nest.
Just you, is it? Thought I might have laid it on a bit thick.
It was a fairly unconvincing tale. So, what now?
That's up to you. Die a slow death, or a quick one. Boys, he's all yours. But that sword is mine.
Now, we can pretend this didn't happen.
Oh, you've done it now.
Go on. Tell me what I've done.
When the Borgwyn finds out you've killed his men, he'll have your head. He only wanted that bull of a manservant, the dim one always clinging to Karen's skirts. You weren't even supposed to be here. Who the hell are you anyway?
What were you going to do to him?
The Borgwyn wanted him to get to Karen. I was only supposed to point the lump in the right direction once he arrived in Dalamil. But then you turned up. Well, go on then. If you're going to end me, end me.
You're not worth the effort. Now be gone, before I change my mind.
Fucking coward!
I need to find Goots. Right now.
Get your filthy paws off me, you naughty-pated lout!
Stop calling me names! And stop spreading them horrible lies about Nan!
Well, that will be easy enough. For they are not lies. Every last word is true. And she must pay for her crimes in blood.
Lord!
Goose, are you all right?
He's gonna kill Nan! He said she had to pay in blood!
After what she did, it is only right. She ruined my life and the lives of countless others. That loathsome harpy's very existence is a crime, and I will not allow it to continue. Goose, was it? I have no quarrel with you. Only with your employer. Run along now. You need not pay for her sins.
No.
No?
I don't care what she did. I won't let you hurt Nan. Promise me you won't hurt her, or I'll kill you myself!
Goot, no.
Enough, all of you!
Karen. But how did you?
You're a sight less clever than you think you are, the pair of you. Did you think I wouldn't notice the two of you slinking off together? Well, the whole thing got me thinking, who in Dalimil might bear me a grudge? And a certain snivelling shit I ran afoul of in my fairy years came to mind. Though it was just Bogan back then, wasn't it? I thought the years might have taught you some sense, but I see you're the same pants-pissing craven you've always been. What was it we called you? Wet legs.
You bitch! Everything that happened, it was all your fault! And now you'll finally pay for what you did to me!
Goose, you...
If you want a piece of Nan, you'll have to go through me.
Fuck!
You great galoot. Out of the way, I can handle this myself. So, wet legs, you remember what you told me when we last met? An eye for an eye. Wise words, Sam. Wise words. And now, it's time to collect. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Is he...
Dead? No. But I reckon he wishes he was. It's an easy going through life, one eye short of a pair. After all, I should know.
You don't mean...
Oh, don't tell me you didn't notice. Lost it to old Wet Legs back when we were working the same routes. Said I'd stolen from his strongbox. I'd done nothing of the sort, mind. But that didn't stop him taking his little revenge. So I took some of my own. Sorry, lost everything. His coin, his clients. Always knew he'd be back one day to claim his due. But he crossed a line dragging poor Goots into this. He didn't hurt you, did he?
No, Nan. Still got all my arms, see? Legs too. But what if he comes back again?
What if he does? First we take the other eye, then we work our way down. He'll learn his lesson soon enough. But something tells me that Wet Legs has learned it already. Right. Let's get you back to the hideaway.
Remind me never to cross you.
Have you heard the latest from Twinside? That the Empress is...
My lord Marquis, it is you. I am Sebastian Rutherford, chief...
Of course.
Yes, my lord.
And what was so sensitive that you couldn't...
1,000 apologies, my lord.
It's all right.
I am here at Martha, tasked with learning what I am able, and what I have learned is grim. The subsequent darkening of the heavens has only made things worse. Akashic attacks, once unthinkable, are now commonplace. The gears of governance have ground to a halt. The realm... Your lord uncle, however...
That sounds like...
It is. Hence my having enlisted the aid of several...
Alas.
I have lost... They are both able-bodied and trained in the sword, yet in these dark times even that may not prove sufficient.
So you want me to find them? I'll need to know where they went.
One I sent to investigate the Republic...
That doesn't exactly narrow it down.
Thank you, my lord.
nothing like a dish of cup.
I didn't mean. I just thought I had to.
Aye, well, someone had to. Your parents certainly didn't give it. Reckon the both of us would be worse off if I'd not. You've always been me right, and I'd have you stay that way. So don't you dare go looking.
Well, I will. If you ever need help, I'll do it again.
Why, you big fine.
Thanks, Nat.
There's nothing he wouldn't...
That's as maybe. But if he's ever to make his own way in, he'll need to start looking out. Till then, he'll need people to watch his back. Just like...
Of course.
Stop it. You make me... I don't go thinking that'll do you any favours. Let me tell you a
All right.
Them rumours might be they weren't just tales plucked out. You see, there were a time when I weren't too particular about who I sold steel to. Some women lust after blood, others after flesh, but me... And to satisfy that lust, I sold to opposing armies, stabbed my every client in the back, made me... But then one day... said he'd give me access to a realm-wide community of like-minded individuals in constant need of steel and sun.
Was that the first time you...
Aye. He was true to his word, so I ended up being true to mine. And I soon started making the best profits I've seen since... And all without aiding or abetting any outlaws. Told me about his plan to topple the Mother Crew. Said that with them gone, the realm would want for all manner of things. An opportunity for the likes of me. Why, I reckon an enterprising individual could find himself the richest dam in the... And that's when he had me. I emptied me... And the rest, as they say, a dozen years on, and I'm still not the richest dam. But I can say, you've all shown me there are some things more precious.
That there are.
So don't you go messing it all up. Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. You'll not find a better price than that. Come again. Oh,
Nothing like a little unrest.
There were ghosts at the gates not days ago.
You needn't fret. The creatures are...
To the meadows, then.
That's what I catch.
We're not alone.
Waken!
Hippocrates said I should be able to find what I'm looking for somewhere nearby. Bright blue dragons and bright yellow flowers. Should be easy enough to spot. This must be our wyvern. All right, let's get this over with. That's the wyvern's liver. Now I just need to find the herbs. Bright yellow with a heady scent. I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her recipe. Better.
It seems the hideaway's lost its appetite.
So, did you have that word with Tomes then?
I did, and he was as helpful as ever. He told me exactly where to look, in fact.
And what precisely will I be cooking up?
Blueback wyvern liver. And,
Ah, wyvern livers, was it? Now then, you stay right where you are. Let's hope these grand old chefs of yore knew what they were on about. And here we have it. Fried mortress of skyworm. If Anne's offered to make sure it's fit for consumption. Well, I say offered.
And rightly so. Is there any
So...
What? The crackle of the crust gives way to an almost violent richness. Yet, it is a tour de force. A force of...
I think he likes it.
Well, I can't quite tell with all that nonsense he's talking.
Decent. It's remarkable. Sid, might I suggest that you command a party of your finest men and women?
I'll give it some thought. It's not going to be easy finding one man in an entire republic. Let's hope someone here's seen something. Someone's got himself in trouble.
I don't see your master here, so you can start by giving us...
I already told you.
And maybe we'll take that...
Please!
I'll deal with this.
Thank you.
You that one's master. If you'd kindly pay the coin he owes us, we can pretend you...
Or you can go back to your garrison and I...
Oh, you're more than... He hasn't had many visitors since we slit his...
I'd expect as much from Hugo's faithful, but these were men of the fist.
Much has changed in the Republican Army since they lost their rock.
You've seen this kind of thing before, then?
Many times. I was sent here to observe the situation.
You're one of Rutherford's men. He sent me to look for you.
Well, then you have my thanks. I fancy I could defend myself against one. I arrived in Dalimil several days ago, but when I called upon the Cap, his men confiscated my effects.
The captain is no more.
Fortunately, I was able to bribe my way free.
What of the Fist Central Surely they wouldn't allow such lawlessness.
I would imagine they are unaware of it. Most of the army has fallen back to the capital, and those who weren't recalled now rule the fringes unchecked, answering to no one.
Then it's worse than we imagined. You should return to Rosaria.
I'll find a caravan. You won't mind if I borrow...
Not at all. Now, to find this second associate of Rutherford's. If he was bound for Oriflamme, I'll start at Northreach and see if I can pick up his trail. There's a lot of road between here and the capital. Rutherford's man could be anywhere. What happened here?
If you're with the other, they've already
I'm not. I'm looking for someone.
Then you found him. I'm Alistair Rockford, attendant to the Lady Ariane.
Of the 7 high houses of Rosaria. It's been a long time. Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? Yes. Yes, I was on my way back from the old capital when I saw some village...
Bandits.
They looked more like field hands. It didn't matter in the end. I did what I...
Which way did they go?
South.
All right. Founder knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to Northreach. Visit the Vale.
Thank you. I shall.
They just couldn't resist, could they?
yours, pretty boy.
Make for the town while you can. There may be more bandits nearby.
You don't need to tell me twice. Many thanks, Trap.
This looks to be all of them.
I thought I told you to make...
And stand by, as ill might befall the heir.
It's just Clive, which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen attack so close.
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. There are few hands left to work the fields, and even few... The market stalls are nearly bare, and the price for what remains is exorbitant. It's not uncommon. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits...
Rockford, if you are to continue you first need to seek...
I shall return to North, but allow me to thank you first.
Don't thank me.
I suppose he'll be wondering where I've got... I shall send a Bastolus as soon as I may.
My uncle certainly has his work cut out for him. I should go and tell Rutherford that his colleagues are still in... I see you're still...
The Rest's location affords a constant flow of traders, and with it, a constant flow of information. Speaking of which, I received word from both my...
I only happen to be in the right place. They both seem to think the realm's...
I am afraid that Storm is in crisis, and we must...
As it is mine. Good girl. Yeah! We can use the ruins to cross the ravine.
Assuming they would allow it, the Echoes have a will of their own.
Time to fight. Don't get surrounded.
Tell us about Yote, Joshua.
She's strong-willed, loyal, and deadly with a blade. Much like Clive, but with better manners.
Be safe. You're injured. What happened here? Where are your comrades?
The ether flood up ahead. It swallowed my own men. There's a village not far. It's only a matter of...
I'll go. You catch your breath. Rest well, son. You said the encampment was close. Let's hope the Akashic are still there.
Another ether flood. They're everywhere now.
We can't go round it.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
I got here in time. Over here! Awaken!
Someone there! Please, I can't move my leg!
That doesn't sound like an Akashic. You're with the battalion?
I am. I heard the fighting. Are the other
taken care of?
Another survivor?
His...
He was right to send you. Tabor is safe thanks to you. You seem familiar. Have we met?
You must have me confused with someone else.
Wait. That scar.
Son of a whore. You're Sid. I was there in Cosnis when you killed my brothers. I was there in Rosalith when you killed my commander.
My war with Hugo Kupka is over. I bear no ill will toward those who followed him.
And what of my ill will? Coward! Draw your steel. Lord Kupka shall be avenged!
When your wounds have healed and your head has cooled, come and find me if you must. Though I hazard your life would be better spent in service of those who need it. Or have you forgotten your oath to the Republic?
My oath? What would you know of oaths?
I know how hard they are to keep. Which is why I'm giving you the chance to keep yours.
No. I won't be deceived. Lord Kupka told us of your crimes. You are an outlaw. A murderer, not some...
Man. Like you or anyone else.
I am nothing like you. But if you're not gonna kill me, then go. Leave! Just know that I will find you.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia.
We're nearly there.
Have you been to Tabor before?
There are a few places I haven't.
That'll do, girl. Where now, Joshua?
There is a residence just inside the city gates. She awaits us within.
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor. I am Yotei, Knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix.
Of course. It all makes sense now.
Would you care to elaborate?
The Undying are loyal servants to the ducal throne. Or more specifically, to its heir. They have served our family for generations, albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception, they have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since the day I left Rosaria, Yotei has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
Rise, Lady Yotei. You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
I but did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace. It is as you feared. The vessel we spied off the coast of the Crystalline Dominion on the night of her fall. It was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
The Black Galleon.
Joshua, the Einherjar is the Royalists' flagship. What business would they have in the Dominion?
Upon learning of Waloed's involvement in recent events at Drake's Fang, I sensed the malign influence of Ultima, and bid Yotei and the Undying look into the matter.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after the fighting began, and set a course due south.
For Canva. Then it is Waloeda Knights who besiege the cities.
What is left of them, yes. And the Black Galleon sails at but one man's behest. Barnabas Tharm.
But are we truly safe here in the Agora?
The city guard have been paid, if that's what you're implying.
All the more reason for them to run.
Well, you are free to leave, Lord Minister.
Markets abandoned, warehouses aflame, blackened hulls choking every port in the capital. Canva is ruined.
The realm teeters on the brink of chaos, and all you can think about is commerce!
Forgive us. We were not aware Dhalmekia now subsisted on charity.
How dare you?
Distinguished members of the Council, you must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded, But I fear it will have to serve, my liege.
Very well.
My colleagues, do you not see? The king! He has come to save us from the Akashic! He is a gift from the heavens, divine intervention, our very salvation.
And of course, if it is compensation he requires, we would be most willing to negotiate a fair price for services rendered.
Fools! Your ignorance unbecomes you.
Your Majesty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would swear that the fiends washing the cobbles of Canva with the blood of her citizens wear the colors of Waloed. Ha! So you do not deny it. Guards, fetter them, and see our guests to the dungeons!
Enough. Pathetic creatures. That you should imagine yourselves worthy of salvation. The girl is still here, somewhere in the city, her consciousness fair dripping with her late father's hubris. A consciousness to which Mythos is inextricably bound and inexorably drawn. See that he is made welcome.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Come, Mythos. Surely the prince's light cannot have sated you.
So then, how long has Waloed been under Ultima's control?
How long indeed? Based on what we know of Barnabas's actions, I would guess some few years, mayhap more.
But to what end? What does Ultima want?
The tapestry. Show them.
By the flames.
Phoenix Gate, Drake's Breath, and now here. But what is it?
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself. None could tell me what the one in the apothecary meant, even the Undying. But I believe it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose. That figure in the center, the one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima. He is a god, or at least godlike, his very existence beyond our ken. The icons, and by extension their dominants, are meant to be his subjects, and while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it. Like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
No, I don't suppose they do.
Clive, may I tell Yote of the lake?
By all means.
Yote, I will be accompanying my brother to the Free Cities. Whilst we are afield, I would have you watch over those Clive has made his wards. Omielos delan tuisag ilith, Though well concealed, the hideaway lacks trained fighters to defend its occupants should they be discovered.
But it is my duty to...
As it has ever been my brother's duty, remember.
If that is your wish, Your Grace. But please be safe. If aught were to befall you,
You have my word.
Farewell, my lord, my lady.
We are in your debt, Yode.
Let's find our friends.
It's plain she cares for you very deeply.
And I her, which is why I had to let her go.
Who among you is bold enough to heed her call?
Is that blade for hire, perchance?
Figurative.
Well, a passing caravan carried with it a rumor most fortuitous for one in my trade. That an elder Dread Evis had been sighted in the field. Dread Evis are aggressive beasts. Compelled as they are to acts of violence, few survive to maturity. But those that...
A hide you want to sell?
Eventually, yes. Though I would have it tanned first that it might be crafted into marvels the likes of which the world... Dread Evis skin is a rare thing indeed. But the worked hide of a well-aged beast... Now, that would fetch such coin that Gilbert himself might bring me that beast's skin and a...
All right.
Of course you will. When one lives in such troubled times, it is a fool. Leave Tabor through the east gate, but take the path that branches west. Once you reach the checkpoint at Tovany, I eagerly await your safe...
Are you buying or selling? Of course.
I feel like I've fleshed 100 skins today.
Careful how you pack that leather.
You! Finally. No one...
Is something wrong?
At the university, the students would hang on my every word.
The university?
A specialist in ancient cultures. The most accomplished in all that. In my heyday, no obstacle could have kept me from my studies. Yet here I am, a wizened, the answers I seek lying. Just would you do an old man a kindness?
Climb the step.
And memorize a few... some courteous soul is rumored to have carved clues to Tabor's rich... 3 of them, to be precise. 1 each to the north, south, and east. I'm here in the hope that those carvings might shed light on a riddle, namely, the otherwise undocumented origins of Tabor's unique people. People quite unlike those of neighbor.
I can't promise I'll remember everything perfectly.
Remember what you can. I'll piece together the rest. Make for the domed pavilions.
How are those new boots treating you?
Beneath the flood, yes.
So it's these stones to Canva, and the rest of the boxes.
No history would be complete without mention of the Mother Crystals. You were right, boy.
Not a scratch on them. Have you noticed the Elder has been coughing less?
What golden plains might the Wanderers have called home, I wonder?
Decent quarry's been hard to find since the Skystone.
It has indeed. Farmers must have settled here in Tabor. I should speak to the old scholar before I forget everything I've read.
Oh, what that I could have seen them for myself. Come, don't tease me now. Let's start.
The great... Guardians of the Crystal, the first stones of Tabor, sacred hold thy noble blood, till ends the mother's labor. I'm pretty sure that...
Fascinating. It would seem but whatever could have driven the Guardians so far from their sacred charges, I wonder? The engraving to the north is next, I think.
Wanderers of the Golden Plains, lay your roots in stone. With pride recall thy noble past, and make these rocks a home. Or, I think that was it, at least.
No doubt you're right. There are vestiges of nomadic customs in Tabor. Its guardian root. This is proving most...
Children of the hunters, now tillers of the land, reap her promised blessing, and give praise her gracious hand. That's all three.
And so, we add primitive farmers to Tabor's founding. 3 engravings. 1 Guardians of the Mother Crystal, wanderers from across the plains. Little wonder it was so difficult to trace the roots of Tabor's culture. Though, nonetheless, One cannot help but wonder why this fact is not better known among scholars.
Too many stairs, Bahar.
How are those new boots treating you?
They're fantastic.
An ether flood, yes.
Cyril. How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Yotei is otherwise engaged, at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix, and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins. Findings from his brothers and sisters afield are delivered here to be collated and catalogued.
Just how many Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady. Yet we are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix. Such is, and has ever been, our creed.
I see.
You have your associates, I have mine. But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you. Pray accept this token. For as long as you bear it, members of our order will reveal themselves unto you, if there is nothing further.
No. You are dismissed.
Your Grace.
To Canva, then.
We'll talk about this later. Cyril seemed very, You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
The free city's under siege.
Are you sure this is the right way, brother?
This thing reeks. The sooner it's up. My hands, the better. Here's your hut.
I worried you might never... Oh, as supple as a maiden's cheek. Clearly my trust in you was not misplaced. Join me as my honored partner. With my...
I don't plan on making a habit of it.
Very well. Though I believe... Do not allow me to keep you from being about your business.
Free cities and a sea.
Orcs. Then let us be rid of them.
Enough of you, are there?
Clive. Smoke.
Is the city fallen?
The free men are still holding their own, then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble. We should hurry.
Sounds like thunder.
You're late. I was starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Midadol, but everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
Hey?
My boy.
Uncle Byron.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
So these Akashic are being controlled?
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in this city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the Merchants' District to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into two parties. I will make for the Merchants' District, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Shall we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
All right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors. They don't stand a chance against those things. They're wearing armor.
traitor!
What happened to the Royal Army? There's nothing but monsters here.
finished. Still be survivors inside. Where are they? Going on here? Where is your master? What does he want?
You've caused quite the commotion. But then I would expect no less from you, Muthos.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt, and now you're here, with an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rosfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Sleipnir of House Harvard. And you will yield. Or not. As long as you don't hold back.
To me, boys! Nice try.
You will forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
What now?
A gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir. Watch closely, Mythos. Yes! Yes!
Actually, I wouldn't.
vessel is strong. My liege.
Clive!
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
It's the king.
Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Waloed.
Get back.
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing. No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised.
Try it.
As all the rest.
Joshua!
This way! Hurry!
Power beyond reckoning. And they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Will he be all right?
The Phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we were up to, they'd all want a piece. All right?
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. But he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gil into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You not mad or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake, my boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help. And the world won't save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
Don't you dare do that again.
What of the Royalists?
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. The Iron Hair wouldn't sail without him. Clive. Jill didn't come back.
What do you mean?
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
The ether of her icon endures. And as long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But do you have an idea?
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose he might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself. Right. Gav said that Otto might know something.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind. I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
You know what you have to do. Clive, I fear, as you know, our time grows short. Before we part, I want you to know that, though I may not always have been your most vocal ally...
Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. But his revenge...
It is the one, and it is all that I have lived for.
But what of Lostwing?
I built Lostwing to achieve this aim. Once it is done, my comrades and I are sure of our cause, and we... But there are those among us who cannot fight. I would place Lostwing in their hands, but a village home only to the frail and the infirm is not... And so, Clive, will you take them to your hideaway?
I will.
Thank you. I will not have it said that I did not see to the well-being. The people I speak of have withdrawn to Gotan's Bales, away from danger, Inc.
Understood.
Then the last of my preparations, and may Griga guide us. Those who cannot join us in the coming fight are gathered at Gotan's Bale.
To Gotan's Bales, then, and quickly, before anyone else finds them. I can walk from here. Everyone, Quinton has asked that you come with me. He can no longer guarantee your protection, but I can. There's a safe place I can take you to.
Well, if that's what the Master thinks best. Sid, none of us would be standing here today if it weren't for Master. We owe him our lives. If he's saying we ain't safe in Lostwing no more, it's because he ain't coming. If that's what has to happen, then so be it. I only hope he can see this through to the end, that we get to see justice.
I hope so too.
Oi! You lot! Where's everyone else?
They've gone with Master...
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's manor. It ain't just the Black Shields protecting the place. He's got a gun. They don't stand a chance against that. They're all gonna fucking die!
No. Sid! Don't worry about us. We can't let Quinton die.
All right. Where is this manor?
It's way over to the east, through the woods.
Promise us, Sid.
Come on. Don't tell me I'm too late. Quinton, are you all right?
No. But I am alive. Which is more than I can say for my comrades. They followed me without question all the way here. And they died. For nothing.
This must be the guard dog. Quinton. I'll hold it off. You go.
But...
your comrades didn't die for nothing. They died for you. Don't let their sacrifice be in vain.
I won't.
Come on, then. You're no guard dog. You're just a rabid beast that needs to be put down. If only we'd... Is it over?
It is. He wept and begged for mercy, just as I dreamed of all my plans. Building a haven in Lostwing, it was all for but what is my faithful comrades.
Quentin.
Master Quentin! Oh.
You.
And so are you. It's Lostwing.
What? Lostwing. My Lostwing.
And look who's here.
They must have stolen in after we left, just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Don't be a fool! Damn it. It's not going to last long in there. Come on, Torgal. We need to make this quick. I need to get back to Quentin. Quentin! Quentin! Look at me! Thank the Founder. He hasn't turned. I'm going to get you out of here. Welcome back to the land of the living.
Is Lostwing?
The flood has filled.
I see. Then all is at an end. A strange way to achieve...
No, Master Quentin.
Why? All that I strove for is gone. Only emptiness remains. I have nothing left to live for.
What the heck are you on about? You've got us, ain't you? Don't try telling me you only freed us so you could get revenge.
I prayed, and I prayed, and you did. Can't we just go back to how it was?
Your work ain't over yet, Master. We believed that you were the right...
Your village may be lost, so long as you remain to guide them.
But why? After what why would anyone...
Because we're family.
Family?
Yeah. And all our comrades who went with you, they felt that Lostwing weren't just a village. It was all.
It was. And as long as we're still here, it is too.
We can start again. Build a new Lostwing. Right here in the Bales.
A fresh start. One life ends, why just a village? We could... What's to stop?
That's the Master.
Please. Quentin, after all. Permit me to withdraw my request. I will no longer be needing your help in looking after my people.
I'll pretend you never asked.
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our behalf.
A bottle or two of your finest red.
Of course. And I have a feeling that this, if you don't mind waiting...
I look forward to it.
They are right, you know. Lost...
Clive, just...
Oh?
You remember how some of Sir Wade's guardians took up residence here after the... Well, now the rest have come to join him. Seems their barracks in the Lazarus have been lost to an ether flood. Now, I don't mind having a few more brave boys around to keep them animals at bay. I ain't daft after all. But we ain't got nowhere for 'em to bed down. Poor buggers are having to make do with haylofts and chocobo pens. I'd build 'em a new barracks here, but where would I put 'em? They're just in... Which leaves us in a bit of a pickle. The people...
I see.
And it isn't just that lot. There's been more and more of them turning up late, but there's only so many we can shelter. We can't keep cramming more and more people into less and less space, and that's what I was hoping you might help me with.
It's no but.
Thank you.
So, where were you thinking?
Well, I reckon we could do a...
Eastpool. It's been a long time since I...
It was a tragedy, and if any of us could have done anything to stop it, what's done is done. And those who lived there wouldn't have wanted the village they...
I suppose you're right.
The blight might be pressing in, but I reckon it's got a good... There's just one... A band of cutthroats have made it their den. And they don't... Nasty bastards they are too. Would have sent someone to clear 'em out sooner, if my boy... But now we've got a few more guardians of the flame to call on. I reckon...
I do. Eastpool was once home to people I loved. I won't have bandits sully them.
And I know the men will... I've already shared a few thoughts with Sir Wade about how we might... And I dare say he's got some ideas of his own.
Of course. right, Sir Wade. Let's hear your plan. Sir Wade.
And you, Lord Roth.
I spoke with Martha. She tells me you have plans to free...
That's right. I rather fear my men have been treading on her toes somewhat since joining us. Not to mention. And then there are the bearers. Men and women who found the courage to flee there. We need somewhere to settle them. And I can think...
As can I, which is why I agreed.
That's very kind of you. With you beside us, we shall soon send that rabble of
So?
That thankfully there aren't too many of them. Fewer than a dozen at our last, and rather less, thankfully. The road that leads there will more than likely still be crawling with Akash. A small force would suffice to clear the village. But if the Akashic were to follow them in, that force could end up trapped between a rock and a very hard...
I'll head into Eastpool and deal with the bat. You and the Guardians can stay outside the village and fend off. Make sure I'm not...
I can't ask you to bear all that risk.
The Akashic are the bigger risk.
Well, I shall summon my men at...
Shall I wait for you?
No need, my lord. You go on ahead.
All right.
We shall see you there.
That's the end of that, then. Or maybe not. What's that thing doing here? Doesn't matter. It goes too. Any more surprises?
Bravo! A magnificent display, my lord.
You were watching? I thought you were keeping an eye out.
We were. Put down more than a few on the road.
Let's hope it was the last of its kind. Though I expect you...
I would hope.
Your men will be bringing the bearers who'll be living here. It might be best to send word for them to come right away.
Of course. Leave it with me.
without masters.
No. We're the masters now. Our lives are our own at last.
That's all of them, and not a single Akashek in sight. Now to begin the important work of rebuilding the place. It won't be easy, especially not after 5 years of beasts and blackguards having their wicked way with the place. The masonry might still be sturdy enough, but half the beams are rotted. Those that weren't it'll take a bit of elbow grease.
So wait, if you don't mind, I'd like Oscar to join the rebuilding efforts.
Of course.
I'll let Martha know that everyone arrived. If you need anything more, you have only to...
And we will.
Eastport is in safe hands. Time to go and tell Martha the good news.
Ah, there you are. All went well then. Sir Wade told me you got rid of the bandits while his... What's all this about? Some shapeshift? On second thoughts, it'll only give me nightmares of me own. What matters is, you did it.
I suppose it will be.
What else? Sir Wade said there's plenty bad happened to that place. But that don't undo the good that happened there.
Did Wade say that?
Well, something. Anyway, the poor souls might have made it to Eastpool. So the way I see it, if it's food or lumber or strong backs...
Thank you, Martha.
No, thank you.
I wanted...
You won't find a finer array this side of the strait. Many thanks. A fine choice. Many thanks. You've a discerning eye.
We're going to do this, will we?
Clive, it just so happens that right at this very moment...
And what talents would those...
Why, your fearlessness.
I'm listening.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, when these dark skies swept over the Republic, so too did Randalar has been particularly badly affected. Many of the capital's bearers have lost their masters. None remain free for long, of course. Most find themselves under the protection of the Fist before they... But the army, too, is in disarray, and finds itself unable to provide for its new charges. Which means...
And you've been looking to buy, to make sure these masters...
Precisely. It's the perfect opportunity to free dozens more.
So where does my skill with a blade?
Though we may have the funds to buy these bearers, so we've been searching for a place where they can be resettled. Somewhere far from the prying eyes of those who would see... And we believe we have found one. The place was abandoned a long time ago. But when the men...
And so, we seek the aid of a fearless swordsman to encourage them to look at...
How could I refuse?
Excellent. Theo, if you wouldn't mind making arrangements for the transportation...
Of course.
Sounds like you'll have your work.
I will. We have an entire village, even if I begin right now, so I'd better try to clear the place out before the...
I'll do my best.
You will find a village in Chaidra's Thread, past Lateney's Cleft. My man...
All right.
I'm sure you won't need it.
Ready, girl? Run like the wind. This must have been a nice place once. It will be again. To me, boy! That's all of them. Come on, Torgal. Something the matter, Theodore? Quiet.
Those are our terms. I trust...
I shall.
Him again.
Someone you know?
Yes. And, no. But enough about him. How did you fare down in Cashlock?
It's done. The village is safe now.
You made quick work of it, as always.
I should go and let Eloise know.
Don't let me keep you. But Clive, don't tell her I was watching her, will you? She'll only get upset. I'll explain everything once you...
All right. Eloise, I just got back from...
Thank you, Clive. Here. Well then, now that you have laid the groundwork for our little project, I suppose we'd better. The first thing we'll need to do is make sure our offer for the bear.
You're still in
We are. A trusted colleague has been dealing with the Fist on our behalf, but things have been. I suppose it's to be expected. This is the army with. But we shall emerge victorious.
Well,
I'm not sure I do.
Ah,
you wanted to...
The man I was watching earlier. He represents the Silver Peak Consortium.
I don't think I've heard of them.
Well, every trader in Dhalmekia has. They operate across the land, and they're still expanding. And judging by her reaction early...
And you'd rather she did?
I would rather she did. And I would never deny her son. Eloise saved me from slavery. And we have... But this was not the life my sister... I won't let her give up on her dreams. She freed me from... And she must be freed from...
You're a good man, Thief.
I have always been grateful, and I want to repay the favor. But each time an opportunity to do just that arises, she turns...
She loves you.
And I love her. Which is why I want this time to be different. Though I'm sure I'll still need some help from time to time.
Always.
Thank you, Clive. Well then, these bearers aren't going... That's a job for the This could well be the last commission the Crimson Caravans undertakes. Under present management, at least. But don't tell my sister I said it.
Still alive, are you? Go on, then. It'd better I'll be here.
What do you want? Not bad, if I do say so myself. Should last you a good while. Not bad, if I do say so myself. My best work, but it'll do. Yeah, that should do you. Anything else?
If it's not its use.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling? How indeed.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised? All yours. Come again. I may have more for you.
Clive, where the hell is everyone else?
They're all right.
You lot don't do things by halves, but at least everyone's still breathing. Now, as for these writings, I'm sorry to say, Clive, but if you had those...
Sitting under a pile of rubble.
But we were able to save a few bits and pieces from the ruins. Most of the more personal items we gave to the next of kin.
Then I'll check the workshop.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone.
Do you think Mid's ship will have a sound?
This looks like it's from Sid's old diary. But you'll already have read it. I'd better keep it. What do we have here? Oh. I remember seeing this doll in Sid's cellar. Huh. What's this tucked inside it? Sid's best invention. Huh. That sounds promising. So Sid hid something in Mid's first opus. But what would that be? Perhaps Otto might know.
It says here.
Well, did you find anything?
Possibly.
Opus? That girl's as tone deaf as a banshee. Unless you mean the orchestrion. She couldn't have been more than, what, 11, 12 when she cobbled that thing together? It surprised us all. Not least her dad. What's that battered old box have to do with anything?
I think Sid may have hidden something.
Those two and their bloody treasure hunts. Half the things in the hideaway weird.
Cole said it was an army of Akashic.
I didn't break it. Well, I didn't break it.
What didn't you break?
Nothing. We didn't break nothing. We definitely didn't break the orchestrion.
What's wrong with it?
It's broken. Except when it isn't. See?
And you had nothing to do with this?
Nope. Nothing. We just wanted to listen to all the songs at once. So we pressed all the buttons. Like this. See?
All too well. All right, out of the way. Something caught on one of the gears.
Did you break it? Can you fix it?
No, I mean, yeah, yes. There. How about now?
You fixed it! Sid fixed it! He more than fixed it! Yeah, new music!
Huh. Never heard this one before.
They started playing when I removed this. Whatever it is.
Well, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important, though. Sid showed it to me once and said as much. Said it was the stuff dreams were made of. Let's just hope it's the stuff ships are made of as well.
Indeed. Let's see if we can make some dreams come true.
Just the two I was looking for.
Aye. Who's a patient?
Actually, yes. The Crown Prince just left.
Dion left?
Unless you've another word for stood up and walked off. Yes, left. He did have the decency to leave a message with Obelisk before commandeering one of his dinghies. Should we go after him?
No. We're not the Prince's keepers. He's free to do as he sees fit.
I'd rather he did so in bed. His wounds are nowhere near healed. Much like yours, I suspect. Otto told me what happened in Canver. What is it with this realm's princes and their aversion to rest?
Ask me when I get back. Though I may be sometime.
Then at least try to stay safe.
And if that fails, try to stay alive, eh?
Every moment I waste here, the further the flagship sails. I have to get back.
can't kick this. Glory to Griga.
What's happened?
Taya's busy working herself into an early grave. Since... I've tried offering to see to him, and Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary in days. She's pushing herself too hard. Will you talk to her? Order her to her chambers if that's what it takes. Because if she keeps it...
I know better than to order Taya to do...
Thank you.
Well, Taya, Rodriguez worried about you. And if what he says is true, we all admire your dedication.
I will. Until then, we owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. It won't be much longer. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them, we've nothing that will touch the agony.
How would tears help this?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia, it's the...
You wouldn't, There must be something.
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest... You do well to remember that.
We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam. It needs to be fresh, though, so I can make the draft if you can bring...
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the forests of Norvent. Bring me one of their eyes. Preserve it as best. I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready.
Thank you, Clive. I won't forget this.
All right, Clive. Blackthorn told me you helped him out again. Speaking of which...
Worried about him.
Afraid so. It's a bit of a funny one, this, but... I saved this posh knob while I was out on a mission, and he gave... So, obviously, I show it to Blackthorn, thinking he'll be impressed. Try as I might, I can't for the life of me work out what could have got him... And... Seeing as how Blackthorn...
I'd speak to him. Well...
Cheers, Clive.
I'll be sure to pay him a visit.
All right. I'll meet you by the forge, then. You...
Bloody hell, Clive.
That remains to be... August tells me that the sight of it clearly upset you. Would you mind...
Come on, mate. Bottling it up ain't gonna help. If it weren't the ring, and it...
It was. It brought back some unhappy memories.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn.
And sometimes it doesn't.
Don't be like that.
Fine. If it'll get you off my... That ring you flashed was... We apprenticed together.
You've never mentioned him.
Why would I? Ain't seen him in decades, and the last time I did, we almost came to blows. The ring brought it all back. Like it vast has improved, though. More than I thought possible.
So it was a nice ring. Worth...
It matters, because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea how he managed it. The fact is...
So what?
I'm the Hideaway's master craftsman. I'm not stealing a living at some backwater village. My armour keeps you lot safe, and my sword... As far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. So because the curse breakers deserve better, and I refuse to be shown up.
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit?
I doubt it'd be too...
Then just this once. Swallow your pride and focus all your energies on keeping the curse breakers. Provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me. But if you can't...
What'd you say, Blackthorn? It's not like you'll be going alone.
All right.
Magic. So, where do you reckon I'll...
In Dravost, my old village. You want...
Dravost, eh? That rings up just north of the fields of Carava. Got that, Clive? Meet us at Dravost as soon, and I'll make sure Blackthorn don't...
Good luck with that.
If it's knowledge you seek, we've...
He's a surly soaker. Who cares less for us?
Cid, do you?
Vaguely.
I'm afraid so. I was able to get most of the Morganbeards to take root. But I fear the soil here does not agree with them. However,
I can't wait.
I'm going to marry the Morganbeards with Morbles. I know Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament. The fire which drives them appears to be maintained by an abundance of... I believe that by grafting a Morble vine to a Morganbeard, the appendage's wealth of vigor-inducing nutrients might well stimulate. The endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound. I simply need a vine to prove the theory.
And all you need is a single vine.
That is correct. As for the Morble, I fear ordinary may not suffice. Why, a notice concerning this very creature was... Oh,
how timely.
Well, I shan't keep you any longer. I know you have much to do.
Cole said it was an army of Akasha.
was definitely anything but ordinary. Now, let's get this vine back to the yard. Good girl. Rodrigo could have mentioned his spiders would be the size of curls. Hopefully one will be enough. Kicked out already?
No. This charmer ain't letting it.
Why are the gates closed?
Chief's orders. No one's allowed in without his say-so. Not that I'd have let you in anyway. I suggest you...
That's what I'm trying to do, you little prick. Ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No.
Long time no see, eh?
What the hell are you doing here?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise. I'm here to see Zoltan, you fucking numbskull. No.
All right, just...
Yeah, I promise I won't throw the first part.
Go on, then.
Much obliged.
So this is Dravosht. Not much going on, is there?
It's a smithing town. When I was a lad, you'd have to shout to be heard over the sea. Clive, you're good with people.
Hey, you ain't back.
There's a river of bad blood, but if someone can build...
All right.
I appreciate it. It'll be near the forge on the hill. It was our master's.
Forge on the hill.
Good luck.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Shut your...
I have some things for sale. Certainly. Thank you. May we meet again.
Mama?
Hotter! Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter, let alone iron.
Pardon the intrusion. I'm looking for the chief.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'll bet it is. Keep the gates closed, I tell him. Well done, Snotty. You're not welcome here. Get out.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's traveled a...
Yes, has he?
He's waiting.
Then I suggest you take...
Didn't you apprentice together?
So what if we did?
Fuck! We're getting... These bearers' flames are next to bloody useless!
We're never going to be able to fire up the forges unless we can find some new...
I'm a busy man, as you can see, so do me a favor. Oh, and if you're struggling to... prick knows exactly... He's not wanted here.
All right.
Please, Chief, you've got to do something. If this keeps up, we'll be ruined.
It's no use. The flames just aren't hot enough.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Let me guess.
As a personal favor.
Well...
There'll be no talking him round.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, what turned the village?
I left. Dravojd. Zoltan. The burden of leadership. There are two kinds of smiths. My kind, who are in it for who labour on a single piece from dawn to dark, and the other kind, who are in it for different reasons. People like Zoltan, whose work is quick, and the kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy. There wasn't a single day we weren't each of them bit by bit. People, you would have torn Dravojd in half had it gone on.
So you didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravojd prospered without me and my lofty eye until the crystals run out at any rate. With that.
It depends on how you look at it. There's got to be other ways of making fire.
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, he saw all of this coming. New crystals were the problem, not the solution. And spent...
You know what I mean, though, right? Where there's a will... What I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive just because I happen to be the... Clive, Dravojd won't last long with it, so... Do you think it's time we shared Sid's but the way I see it?
Hold on, Blackthorn. Sid made those things for us, and you'd be throwing...
All right, this place was your home. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. It was let this be another step on the road to freeing Valisthea from the prison. Dravojd will show the world that it... Wouldn't you agree?
Of course. It's like hearing...
Thank you, Clark.
Shall I go and fetch the plant?
I know I'm off by I'll be needing some help, though. Building a furnace isn't exactly... Do us a favour and round up anyone strong enough to lug a brick or two, would you? And I've got a job for you too, Clive. I need leather for the bellows and nothing else will withstand it. Luckily for us, salamanders feed...
Time for a spot of hunting. Let's go.
Faster!
Straight home now. Let's make this quick, shall we? I dare say that will be enough for a decent set of bellows. Good girl. That'll do, girl.
What's this all about then?
Don't know. Any trouble finding this?
Nothing I couldn't have.
Right then. So if everyone pulls their weight, we'll be finished.
Well, I'll be damned. I honestly didn't think it'd work.
You know what this means?
Sorry about...
That thing you've built us is... And honest to God, you've saved our village.
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking. What is it?
Pet Cole's cinders. After he left, I spent years trying to eke the most out of our forges. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and your forge will burn hotter for longer. Which is our secret for yours. I've always envied, since the day I became chief. I spent every spare moment trying to match. No amount of sleepless nights at the anvil will ever bridge that gap, though. But he took all it. Is it any wonder I hate his guts?
The cinders would mean more.
I need to forgive him first. And that's not gonna happen.
Well, you know what they say. Oriflamme weren't built in a day and all that. These things take time. Especially when they involve two geezers who hold grudges tighter than their hammers. But what matters is, Blackthorn's got that twinkle back in his eye. And I'd call that a job well done.
So would I.
I reckon he's going to be at it a while yet, though, so why don't you head off without us? I'll see that the old git gets home.
See that you both do.
All right.
These things are going to take some getting used to.
Yeah. Give it a week, and you'll wonder why you ever bother with crystals. Let's run through it again, shall we?
Cole said it was an army of Akashi.
Thank goodness you're back.
Is this what you needed?
Yes, I'm loath to give a patient Elysia, but a single dose dulls even the most. It may be a gentle way to die, but I wish there was another way.
How are you feeling?
Light. Mid here.
Good. Just relax.
Thank you, Daya.
He's gone. Thank you, Rodrigue. And you, Clive?
I'll see that he...
The man you helped today was back in the Southern Isles. On the front lines, I was still a child when they shipped me to their triage tents. To treat the wounded with my... But in such blighted lands, I was next to useless.
An art we would be lost without.
Tears of mercy were his gift to the bearers of the world. A respite from the agony of the curse's end.
And a kindness Cid would have...
You know as well as I what life is like for a bearer soldier. Marched from one battle to the next. A commander may care nothing for the bearer spent in his service. But my mentor's gift gave the dying one fleeting moment of tranquility. I've no tears left. I've seen too many of my friends. Something, and we need to be the...
And we will.
I hope so.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, well, we didn't... The whole village turned out for a go on the bellows after you. Everyone except Zoltan has.
Oh, but that reminds me.
Pit Gold Cinder. How'd you come by this? And you're sure he wanted me to...
I'm sure. He didn't...
Yeah. You know I could never leave this place. Every time you put on mail, you and the curse breakers, there's no greater honor from... I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness. And if that helps save even a single life... What was it you said he called me? Huh? A genius? Sounds like I better get to work.
It's good to see you back on foot.
I don't know how you pair put up with me, but I'm grateful. Now, where was I?
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are.
A little healthy competition should...
You're not wrong. It's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let... No use grumbling about it. Blackthorn's happy. Or as near to happy as he...
What do I owe the honor? Not saying for you, dear. Don't waste my time. You ain't got the stuff. That it? Fine.
He's a surly soaker.
Cid, Can't help but notice that your satchel is twitching.
Here.
What an amazing specimen. The flesh positively throbs with vitality. If I can... When I successfully graft this to them... It is just as I hope. Witness how the Morganbeards have taken to the blighted soil. Why, I dare say such a vine graft would yield similar results when applied to other specimens as well.
I'm glad I could be of assistance.
You've not only helped us, Cid. Do you recall the extract with which I provided you? I took a moment to distill some more, but this time with the petals from the invigorated Morganbeards. And would you... You must accept this phial as thanks for your assistance.
I were right, Clive. My dad had it all worked out.
He'd be proud of you, Mid. His writings may have helped, but this achievement is all yours. Can we catch them?
The Ainayar's one of the largest, fastest vessels ever built. And it won't help she has the wind at her back. Any other ship would be hard-pressed to keep pace with her, let alone reel her in. But this isn't any other ship. This is the Enterprise! And the world's never seen anything like my dad's engine.
It certainly hasn't.
Clive, what do you know of Barnabas Tharm?
Only what the bards sing. That he sailed to Ash from southern lands. That it was his mastery of the blade which won him the throne. And that his sword, Odin's sword, can sever the very threads of creation. But don't lose any sleep over a last tilt. We'll do what we must to survive.
What we must.
The light! I thought this cove was meant to be hidden.
Mid! Company!
Eh?
We'll hold them off until the ship is ready. But hurry!
Bollocks! All hands! Man your stations!
Everyone with me? Here they come!
Come on then! Which of you lot fancies meeting Ogre Killer next?
I thought it was called Heartbreaker.
To me, boy!
Sounds like the cockpit you can. Without the tank, and I'll shut it back going first.
Stay down!
That was easy enough.
All right, you lousy lot. Get your asses on board. She's ready to sail.
You heard the captain.
Clive?
But I thought he was...
Confounded. Then it is as I feared. Sleipnir is no man, but a creation of Odin.
Phoenix's fiery fundament. Have you no normal enemies?
For another round?
Of course we are. Right, Lord Rosfield?
A boy, there was a time people called me the Executioner. Those are my odds. No matter, heads will roll all the same.
Mate! New plan! You leave! We follow!
Follow? Swimming, are you? Oh, bugger me! Weigh anchor! Engine's dead slow ahead!
Have care, my friends. 'Tis not blood that runs through a maid's veins. These foes will not fall easily, but they will fall.
Like oaks before a woodman's axe. Good thing I brought one!
How long are we meant to keep this up?
As long as it takes. Unless you have a better idea. Well, I've already killed at least 5 of the bastards. Fuck it! Let's do the lot!
for the ship!
Not yet! Wait for my signal!
In your own time, Clive!
Right, run for it!
What do you want?
That's quite a mess you've made. And wholly unnecessary. You are my offering to Mythos. I would not see you damaged.
Now back to your stations! Every bell spent treading water puts another league between us and the galleon.
I don't suppose Mid has a spare engine? Since you rose from the grave, my fortunes have plummeted. Are you absolutely certain of this quest of yours, Clive? The foes you face are as terrible as they are numerous.
Aye, and they'd have us live and die on their terms, which should answer your question.
Ah. You have that same stubborn look as your father did when he set his mind to something. On the battlefield, I am but a single axe. A deadly one, mind, but a single one nonetheless. Yet what you require is 1,000, and I believe my old friend in Brandalar can provide them. Take care, Clive. I have many more tales of your father's exploits to share. And I cannot very well do that if you're dead. Again.
Good luck, Uncle. And may fair winds attend you.
As for you, Joshua, take care.
I shall do my best, Uncle.
Farewell, my nephews. When next you see me, it shall be with an army at my back. Cheerio! Oh, yeah. Do keep up, my boy.
Well, we can't have him showing us up now, can we?
We would never hear the end of it.
Greek of mercy. All this. What have I done?
My lord. Between here and Waloed, but any ship heading north has to round Zemeckis and put through the Narrow. Maintain our current bearing north-northeast, and we'll catch the Black Galleon before she vanishes again.
What's to prevent her from circling around Ash from the south?
With these winds in those waters, it'd taken forever and a fortnight to reach Stonehere.
Mid knows what she's talking about, Clive. Better than any of us lot, anyway. I say we do as she tells.
Sails on the horizon.
She's ours. Look alive, boys! Pull ahead! And keep those furnaces fed!
Aye, aye!
Do you feel that?
Jill.
All hands! Battle stations! Let's see what this girl can do.
Where one leads, so does the other follow. The bond of consciousness which joins them, condemning both to the same fate. Yet my every attempt to strike it from their hearts serves only to tighten its hold. Fascinating. But then, there is naught my blade cannot sever.
Now or never.
I'll find her. Where did you hide her, Barnabas?
Cut it down! Get back!
Clive, how did you...
I'll explain later. Hands. Can you walk?
Out of here I can.
Stand still!
Phoenix. Are you not the dominant of fire? I see naught before me but a guttering flame.
In earnest, then.
got one?
I think so. But to where?
What did you do to Joshua?
The Phoenix? Oh, I expect he will survive. This consciousness in which you coil your feeble souls is grown thick with desperation. And thus has my master turned to my blade. The world will soon be painted in black. And all that live shall gather in death's autumn wake.
Not if we remove the cause of this misery. Not if we destroy the last of the Mother Crystals and restore balance to the world.
Come. Do you truly think it's so simple? The Blight is inevitable. Not even the Almighty might stop its endless march. Your efforts will avail us naught. Naught, that is, but suffering. You must embrace the truth, Mythos. Accept your place with the Lord.
Keep it. As long as there's a chance, there's a choice.
Ever led astray by your blind resolve.
Now, it is time you learn the inevitability of your divine fate. However much it may hurt.
Get as far away as you can.
Clive, no.
Trust me, Jill.
Oh, but we do. If only to remind you of your duty. In the short time since our last meeting, you have grown much. Yet as a vessel, I fear my lord will still find you lacking. Rise, Lucas! All this fire and fury, and for what? Stopping the blight. A foolish notion fed to you by a foolish man. How dare you? You know naught of this world nor of our place in it. If our fates were so easily rewritten, we would all be gods. I have seen enough. If reason cannot sway you, there are means of persuasion and might. Cast over. is the light of hope severed. You would yield so soon.
Never.
Clive!
Do you not see? Your iron will weighs you down, dragging you ever further from your purpose.
And what is my purpose?
Mythos. Who are we? What are the dominants? The breath of the Creator still warm on our lips. We carry his light that we might guide the masses in his name. We are but mighty acts of God.
We are more than that.
You would be nothing without what he has granted you. The power we wield is his, and yet every time we draw upon it, it wears away at our very being. It breaks us. It unmakes us, that its immaculate aspect might reveal itself. The icon. It is too much for even his chosen few. Apart from you, Mythos, you wield the might of many, yet your body does not answer for its avarice.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is that we dominants are a means to an end. We were created for you, that you might drink deep of our strength and thereby fulfill your divine purpose.
Which is?
To feed. As you would know, could you only look beyond the walls of your prison of self-regard. As long as you choose to ignore this, you shall never penetrate my defenses. Still, you may take solace in the fact that you are not alone in your plight. The chains of volition shackle all of mankind, but there is yet cause to rejoice. For the Lord, in his mercy, has taken pity on his flawed creations, and shall see them restored to their proper forms.
And what exactly would that be?
Why, loyal servants to God.
No.
Manners, Lord Rosfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
You mean to turn everyone Akashic?
Not turn, Mythos. Turn back. For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous wills. It is time they return to a world of quiet equality, where they might once more know salvation.
Salvation? And abandon everything we hold dear?
We don't need your salvation. We'll save ourselves, and we'll do it on our own terms. Not yours. And not your gods.
With every defiant expression of your will, the tighter the chains of consciousness become. But perhaps that fact may be put to use.
Clive!
The faster it binds you to the remaining dominance, the stronger your hunger will become. Until it leads you back to the only answer there ever was. Mayhap not by the path my master intended,
but back all the same.
Ash is not far. I could freeze a path.
You're in no fit state.
Probably not, but I can try. Don't look back! I hope the others are safe.
The Enterprise was clear of the gap when we fell. They made it, Jill. And they will have seen the ice where it led. We need only wait till dawn. This is the second time Barnabas has bested me. I'm powerless against him.
And maybe there really is nothing else for it but to give yourself to his master. Only you won't do that. The Clive I know would never do that.
So you believe? But do you really know me? If what Barnabas said was true, then I'm more monster than man. And each time I summon the flames from within, I burn away the things that make me who I am.
Do you, though? Think of what you've used that power for. Of all the people you've saved. It doesn't matter how or by whom it was granted, only how you choose to use it. And you've chosen to use it for good, haven't you?
I've also used it to kill. What if that's my purpose? What if it's all I'm good for?
You're still that same boy I grew up with. Always so eager to save everyone around you, and yet always so alone. Because you failed to realize the one thing that needed saving most of all. You, Clive. You. You never once took the time to save yourself.
Myself. I think I might be beyond saving.
No one is beyond saving. Provided they want to be saved. You fight to survive. And you survive so that you may protect those you love. It's what you do. What you've always done. And I know you're not about to change. So I'm going to help you. To give you what you need to protect us all.
Jill. Are you sure?
If this is what you want, then...
Don't worry, Clive. It is. This burden, I'll give you the strength to bear it alone.
But I'm not alone. These burdens I carry, my sins, my pain, my sorrow, I see now that they are all a part of me. My life to those I love, and I will gladly bear your burdens too, until my last breath.
Clive.
I promise you, Jill, we will find a way to escape this fate. Find a way to save each other. That we might one day look upon the moon again, together.
And I promise you, Clive, that I will be there, no matter what you must become.
I know. I never thought a smile could bring me so much joy.
What of Barnabas? Do we pursue him?
No. Our paths will cross again soon enough. Whether we like it or not. Besides, there is something we must do first.
Of course. Drake's spine. The last Mother Crystal.
The Einherjar is at the bottom of the sea. Waloed won't dare move on Storm without her. But they know we're coming now. We'll need a plan. And a damn good one at that.
Then let's go home and find one. Ash will have to wait.
Mid says Odin split the sea in two. But there's two.
I struggle to believe.
I see your uncle isn't.
He stayed with the After our brush with the Einherjar, she was in urgent need of repair. And my uncle went to join him there when we're ready to sail for.
You sure that's wise? Last I heard, place was.
Show me a city where that isn't true.
We're running out of time. We've done our best to shore up that hideaway. But I doubt still. We'll keep.
Let's hope so. I should visit Joshua, assuming Talia will allow it.